I need some like music, like intro music or something, right? People like to be entertained, and this is not what I focused on for the channel. I guess making it frilly and fancy and pretty. I'm a very utilitarian person. Okay, well, welcome everybody. We're going to try to test and put the finishing touches on the distillation tower today. I believe we're ready, or as ready as we're gonna be. I've got, I believe, yeah, all of these set up. We've got all the colorations good to go. So really, what's left to test with the distillation tower is making sure the recipe is good to go, and making sure that it can process said recipe, as well as find all of the extensions in order to put the things in the extension. Now, I think temporarily I'm going to have to edit the recipe to basically be like debug mode and reduce the power costs. You know, the first thing we want to test is whether it works or not. The second thing is, you know, the balance and how it feels in terms of costs and stuff. And hey, Oz, how's it going?
Hello.
So yeah, we want to make sure the thing works first before we get into like, you know, is this a good balance for the process? Does it feel right? But again, I tried to balance it as much as possible around real world values, and that's what it's balanced around. So, you know, there's always wiggle room. There's always ways to edit that balance, but you know, trying to shoot for realistic, you know, semi gamified but realistic, and then we can move on from there, if need be. So I think I'm gonna grab the recipe here. Yeah, because 600,000 power per craft, right? So this one is no extension, right? So that's 2,000 power per second. And we did the math the last time we streamed this last week to figure out, because I basically asked how long does it take to distill basically 10 liters of crude. And what answer came back was roughly 3 hours to do that, like on a small scale, right? This is not like giant industrial size things that we're doing here, but on a small scale, like 3 hours. So I converted 3 hours, three like real life hours, into what 3 hours in the game would feel like. With the bog standard 40-minute day, 40-minute days. That was roughly like 5 minutes, I think. Yeah, roughly 5 minutes for like 3 hours. So I took the 2,000 power per second, and I balanced it around a 3 hour, like targeting for 3 hours. So basically taking 2,000 power per second times how many seconds are in 5 minutes. And that's where we get the 600,000. And then it goes up for each extension, right? Each extension adds another 500 power per second to the cost, the power draw of the process, which filters out to a 150,000 power for the recipe, because it's the same amount of time, right? It's the same amount of time. It's just more power per second. The machine can apply more power per second. So in order to test this, I don't want to sit here for 5 minutes waiting for the damn recipe to finish. That's my gist, right? I don't want to sit here and wait. So what's the best way of doing this? Normally I would just like comment this out like that and put in like 100, right? But it's like comments are not permitted in JSON. Now it's frustrating. So if we just go 100 here, well, let's go like, I want it to actually take a couple seconds. So we're going to do 400. We just have to remember, right? We have to remember what that was: 600,000, 750,000, 900,000, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because I'll test the first one, see if this works. If this works, then we can test more. But we gotta iron out the kinks for just the base, and then we can work on like one extension, which I'll do like 500. These are just test numbers. These are just like numbers I want to use to test, because I don't want to sit here for 20 minutes waiting for the craft to finish. Okay, so yeah, I think the machine itself is more or less ready. Let's do a quick once over here. We have current recipe. Recipe progress less than 1. So what this does, has room and output or any extension full. This is checking our inventory, and this is checking any extensions. And if anything is full, like any of the inventories are full, then just don't progress the recipe at all. Don't finish a recipe because something is full and there's no room for the output. Okay, so recipe power applied is essentially how recipes work. There's no like time component. It's all based on the amount of power that the machine can apply to the recipe. And then we are going to process our power, reduce it by how much we need. Craft cycle is complete. So then we dynamically build an array of item slots. The num extensions plus 2, that is the 2 is how many slots we have. So slot 0 and 1 are our inventory slots, right? 1 is the item output, 2 is the fluid output. Okay, so then we say get block entity outputs of I plus 2, which is we're now indexing into that array that we created, and we're adding the tank into that item slot array, and then we're passing that array into the crafter, and that's what's crafting. So if we go to definition on that, I just want to validate this is going to do what I want it to do, because otherwise it'd be very, very bad. Okay. Outputs, distillation. Yeah. Stack size. So I did all the logic here already. That's good. I was kind of worried that, that I would do that. So there's one, yeah, the extension validation. This thing runs every 2 minutes. So if you build, right, if you build the distillation tower and then it's actively running, like for some reason you have it running, and then you add an extension onto that, it can take at most 2 minutes to find it. It's just how it works. I might be able to trigger that manually in the extension. When this thing finishes, it probably validates on its own. Let's see. Find valid base right here. Yep. So the find valid base is taking from our center block position down and base code. So that's the actual code that it's looking for. Distillation base equals us.copy. Us is the block position. Now in here, I could trigger like a validation to the base. If our distillation base equals null, it means we most likely were built fresh. I don't think I send the tree attributes. No, I do. I actually save the block position. So I do get the block position, save it to disk, sync it to the client. So yeah, if I'm able to grab that distillation base, I would be able to trigger a validation, but it's going to validate every 2 minutes anyway. So I don't know. I don't know how needed it is, because remember, the base recipes for this are going to take 5 minutes, right? So in that 5 minutes, it's going to validate the bases twice, which I can expand. You know, I can make it set to like 5-minute validation, just to have that run fewer times. You know, the less that runs, the better. So, and if you notice a slightly different UI to Visual Studio, it's because I finally updated and downloaded Visual Studio 2026. I resisted it for quite a while, but I finally had to pull the trigger because the code base for Vintage Story has now moved on to .NET 10, which isn't really natively supported in Visual Studio 2022 for whatever reason. I mean, there's not that many differences between, you know, what we were on. What was it? 8? Between 8 and 10. But yeah, so now we're on 2026, which, you know, it is what it is. There's a whole tab now for GitHub Copilot, which is just, oh. I have not had good experiences with AI code stuff. Like it's not been good. Okay, so I think we should. I want to validate that I've got. Let's see, Vintage Story. Come on now. Vintage Story data. Mods. I just want to validate that I've got all of the latest versions of all of my mods. Let's see, Vintage Angel Belt. I'm pretty sure I've got the Angel Belt, the newest version of that. 171. And let's see, Backpack Pack Plus. I'm pretty sure I have that. Usually, it's because if I've missed one, it's the zip is going to be sitting in here. That would be the indicator that if the zip is sitting in here. Flexible Tools mod. Flexible Tools 361. It's a JSON file. Why are you asking me? Yeah, 361 is the latest, so that's I've updated. I know I worked on some of these other mods here and there since the last stream. So I've updated almost all of the code-based mods. Simple mods. There it is. Farm survival mod. Yeah. 161. 161. Okay. I just want to make sure that I'm using all the latest and greatest of the things and the stuff. So, I'm watching my output log just to see if there's any issues. Well, there's one. When I'm scrolling in this window, I don't know why when it writes a new line, it has to reset my position. Why does every output window do that? Literally every output window does that. I see an error go up and I'm like, oh, I want to scroll up to that. But no, it's like new lines are being written, so it's constantly dropping you down. It's like just add the lines. You don't have to. Okay, so visible meteorite particles, that's still throwing a bunch of errors. Now, if I could actually find. Okay, failed resolving blocks item dropping on the code. Naphtha portion. Okay, so I think there's a typo with that. And again, it just reset me because it's like, oh, all of these lines it resets, right? Every time it writes a new line, it reset. I could be scrolled up and looking at something, and it will write a line and boom, reset the list down to the bottom. And it's like, that's not helpful. So we are right next to glorious amount of oil here. Not sure why these are not flowing. You'd think that those would be flowing too, but it's weird. So you know what I really need to do? I really need to get some debug things, like a debug energy cube that just spits out a bunch of energy. That's what I really need. That's a cranberry bush right there. That is a squashed bush.
No, it's cranberry, not squash.
I mean, that's like I stepped on it.
Yeah. I wonder if I heard something about you you can get trimmings from them. I wonder if that's a younger version of them or something.
I mean, it could be. Because yeah, now it's they act just like fruit trees. You have to like plant the trimmings. And oh, there's one. This one's ripe. Yeah, it looks like it's squished. That's so weird.
Interesting.
There's cranberries. Huh. Okay. So, we're gonna give ourselves give item world eater. I'll leave the cranberry bush there. It's not hurting anybody. Yeah, I need the bed too. Because time is going to go by quick in this world. I wish I could change that and not affect too much, but need some room. Should spin up another game of this and just stream this for a couple weeks. You know, we usually stream it like once a year, and it's like because right about this time every year they come out with there's a new update, and so it's like pretty consistent. Okay. Let's see. That away. Steel axe. Is there anything better than a steel? I don't think so. I thought I made a diamond axe, but I must not have. Yeah, I must not have. Although meteoric iron, it sounds like something I would have edited. It might be. Yeah. Meteoric iron. I like I like editing meteoric iron. But they did do a huge amount of work on tools and tempering and all of that kind of stuff. So it's like, oh my god, meteor, meteoric iron. Give item axe felling meteoriciron. Thank you. So like tools you can like sharpen and temper now, and you can do a whole lot of stuff. I did do a diamond scythe. Diamond scythe. Give item. class. We want a 9. Don't I have a magnet on? I don't. Give item torque.
I noticed the whole quenching system that they introduced has a chance to break the item. I don't know how I feel about that one.
The chance to break is a thing that's how many times have you quenched it, right?
Yeah.
So the more times you quench something, the more apt you are to break it.
I hope there's some kind of skill or something associated with that.
Yeah, I don't really know anything about that.
Yep, me neither.
It wouldn't surprise me if there was some sort of skill involved, but
Or maybe one of the classes just has a better chance.
yeah, I mean, having a blacksmith class would also make sense. All right, we got ourselves a little bit of an area here. Now we're gonna cheese a little bit, just a slight amount of cheese. And give distillation tower. Give block. Vent engineering. VEMB distillation base built. West. Okay. I gave myself the built version, so when it actually places, I don't actually have to break it or build it, because I would have to give myself all the components and stuff. But I could probably break it, and it turns into what it needs to turn into, right? Because the block swap is there, so then all I would need to do is right-click this with a wrench. And it throws an exception. Why did you throw an exception? You threw an exception because you do not see get block entity api.world.block.accessor.get block entity position. Position is null. Ooh. Okay. How is position null? This is probably a result of my giving myself the block and not placing the block. I should have broken the interaction block and replaced it. That's what I should have done. Let's do if position. Well, position question mark return. Go away. Jesus. Well, no. If position equals null, return vector 3i dot 0. Yeah, it's gonna throw errors. It's gonna be all very angry. Yeah, and then it's gonna bomb out. Yeah, you can't. The hot reload system. You cannot do You cannot fix a bug, right? You cannot fix a bug in a line prior to the one that throws the exception, unfortunately. So yeah, unfortunately, I didn't catch it in time. So I don't know how much of that work that we're going to have to redo. Really hope we don't have to redo a lot of it. It all depends on when the heartbeat of the sinking happened. Yeah, and I have to look at the naphtha. Let's see, crude oil base. Where's my recipe? There it is. So naphtha would be down here. I'm guessing, yeah. This, I think. I did something wrong with that. So we go to vintage items, liquid. Yeah. Naphtha. Yep. Typo. There we go. What, threw an error again? Get block, add copy, offset inventory. Position is null. Well, it really, really doesn't like a null position in here. If position is null, okay, why did it error on this line and not this line? Stop. Just stop. For Christ's sakes, just stop. Get offset position. I must have a null check. Yeah. If we go to definition. If position equals null, yeah. So if position equals null, get interface. I don't know what T was, but we want to just return this. So something saved to disk. One of those things saved to disk. The null position, and now we're in a loop. So I gotta kick myself out of the loop, break that damn interaction block. Well, all the blocks are in place, so it reformed, but I think that interaction block probably lost. So I'm going to break that and replace it, and then right-click it. There we go. Now we're set. So we have this number extension 0, so that's, good that it detected that. This is why I don't understand, like, the people that report crashes with multi-blocks. It's like I've broken and replaced multi-blocks many, many times. And unless you're doing something funny, like what I did, give myself the finished version, place it, break it, and try to reform it. But nobody ever tells me they try to do that stuff, right? So anyway, so yeah, this needs power. Now we have a little bit of oil that we can grab. We need to give ourselves a power connector. So yeah, most of this stuff. So give block vent engineering MV power connector MV power up 10. Then we place that there. It's ready to go. Okay, and now we want give block tannery MV power 50 electrical wire, and then transformer. I don't have any MV power yet. Give block VEMV transformer north. 2 of those. For now. Let's do one of these here. Stretch that over. There's my MV power, and now LV power. Let's go to you, to you. Do. And finally, power. Okay, just a temporary setup. Again, this would be a good spot if I were to build a little like debug power cube. Just plop a power cube down and it just gives infinite power. That would be that would be wonderful. But it would have very little use, in the base game. So it's like, yeah, it's a good debugging tool, but yeah, most of my energy is focused on getting stuff buildable for people to enjoy in the game, right? So okay, we're getting a little power. You can see power is going up there. Not a lot of power, a little bit of power. And then we have oil. So let's give block tank VE fluid tank steel. Give me a few of those. Now, I could get a pump. I should get a pump and do this, but pumps are also very power hungry. So I want to, I just want to see if I can bucket. give block wood bucket. It's not getting rid of the fluid. Although, to be fair, there's 1,000 liters of fluid in one of these, and this bucket is 10 liters. Right? So it's like not much. So that's part and parcel to why that doesn't clear the block out. You would have to have a bucket that was literally like 1,000 liters if you wanted it. Okay, so let's drop the fluid tank down. We got 80 liters of crude oil in there. Did I give myself any pipes? E. There we go. I've got item pipes. I don't have any fluid pipes. Okay. Give block vent engineering pipe new fluid 50. The pipe new is the new pipe, right? It's the old pipe and the new pipe. That's the big change that was recent, was changing of the pipe. Okay, so we've got full power. These guys chewed up some fuel. Now if we give this thing some things, can I just right click this? Oh, no, I don't have that plugged in yet. Nope. Okay. So if I smack that, it's detecting the crude oil is in there. And I think we want to get this to 1.5 and then turn it off. You can see the power. So now you can see the output. The power just got erased. That's understandable because remember it's 2,000 power per second. So if we put a tank here and we put a fluid pipe here with pulling out, .7 liters of diesel portion. Vintage engineering in container item diesel portion. I don't remember having to do that string. So 1.7 liters. Let's pause the game. Let's go back to our recipes. How much were we supposed to get? 1.7 liters. 10 liters in, 1.7 liters out. But did we also get the items? So let's grab a chest here. And I've got these. We're supposed to get, I think, 5 bitumen. That's not working. Why is this not getting more power? Why is the power not filling up? Minimize that. Yeah, the whole wind sound as well, like, can we please not have that just constant while I'm trying to debug, please? Little things like that get annoying after a little while when I'm trying to debug. Okay, so distillation base, if we do this, this is set to on. So let's see. If electric.isSleeping is false, validation delay, it's on. Current, whoa, that bombed that out right quick. Oh, it's going to validate. Okay, that's fine. Is on. Rated power, num extensions, delta time, rated power is Jesus Christ. This is the pain of debugging when you have a delta time tick. It's just like everything is scaled now. So 45,000 power. Do we have 45,000 power? I doubt it. So now rated power is 876. Current power is 920. So there we go. Current recipe is no. Current recipe should have been made null. Recipe progress. Yeah. So let's continue that. I want to gracefully exit here. So we didn't get the bitumen out. We did get the fluid, but we didn't get the item. And the fluid has a, I don't know, that's a weird name. Ooh, look at that screenshot. That's pretty crazy. Okay. When we finish a recipe here, try craft, we need to find matching recipe after that. We need to reset that variable. So this try matching recipe, or find matching recipe, I'm sorry, comes up, input slot.empty. Yeah, so input slot.empty, current recipe, recipe power applied. Try craft. Recipe power applied equals 0. Hey, Mirzak, how's it going? Welcome back. Catching up on chat here. Do you have an in-game guidebook? There are 4 or 5 guides written in the handbook for the mod. Most people don't even look in there. That's what's frustrating. I really hope the meteorite particles mod gets updated. Oh, I should actually check to see if that's updated. I haven't checked in a few days. So if you hit H, there's a guides tab right here. Guides. If you go to guides, there's a bunch of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guides for vintage engineering. So if you're stuck on any one thing, then, you have guides. There's even one for oil now. Now, take into mind that not everything is done with this yet. There's still some stuff that's missing, but it's written as if everything is done. Right? So we don't have the generator yet. I'm working on the distillation now. The pump jack is done. The drill derrick is done. Ready to, it's good for testing. And, cracking, that's not done. The machine is not even, I haven't even modeled that yet, but we're working on the distillation tower right now. That's what this is. It's not very tower-like because, it doesn't have any extensions built on top of it, right? Once we built some extensions on top of it, then it'll be good to go. Okay, so yeah, I need to figure out that too. But yeah, if you hit H, you hit guides, and you go down, there's a bunch of guides. That's the best that the handbook can offer right now. Okay, so getting back to what we were doing here. Nice, graceful exit. So recipe power applied, find matching recipe. Now, if we come in here, if the slot is not empty, it's got like a single liter of fluid in it, not enough for the actual recipe itself. This thing grabs all of the distillation recipes, only the distillation recipes, and then tries to match with the number of extensions. What's that middle one? Requires. Okay, so we don't have a requires in there. Current recipe, blah, 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 return true. Okay, recipe power applied equals 0. Set state sleeping. So if a recipe is found, it stays on or turns on. If it's not, recipe power applied equals 0, set state sleeping. Okay. Now, in my SimTick, I don't necessarily need to do this, because this call automatically does that. It will set that recipe power applied. But this try craft, for some reason, this did not outputs of O equals 0. Let's look at our O. Yeah, see, bitumen is the first item. Slot ID 1, which is actually 0 here. So slot scale, ingredients.length, should have been 1. I'm wondering why ingredients.length. Oh yeah, for slot. So my slot number 0 is the input. So ingredients.length, if ingredients is 1, then we have to bump all of our output slot numbers by that amount. Right? Because this slot number in here, this slot ID is the actual slot ID of the inventory, not the output, like specific array, right? This array is a different number of slots. It's kind of confusing, and my brain is urging me to optimize that a little bit, but this is an absolute slot ID for the inventory and how it maps. When you have extensions, the slot ID 3 here, this is more or less an index into the array, but it's offset by the number of ingredients, right? So if you have, let's say we down the road introduce like the cracking. If the cracking has a catalyst, if it has an item input that it uses up when it cracks, something, heavy oil or something, if it needs like a piece of sulfur to do that, well, then you have two input ingredients. You have a fluid input and you have an item input. Well, that's two inputs. That means these output slots would be offset by two, not just one. So I tried to build this to be able to kind of look at for future crafts, so they're offset properly. But the outputs, right, for some reason, the fluid got mapped right. So outputs of O.slotID.value minus slot scale slot ID 1. So that should have done 1 minus 1 equals 0. And then it should have added that stack. Output slots. It should have made that slot have bitumen in it. Slot index is this one up here. Dot item stack equals made stack. So yeah, I'm gonna have to debug this. Let's look at the translation file really quick and see why that Russian one is so out of date. There it is, in container item. Okay. I missed that. So I'm going to need in container item that. Let's find all of our fluids. There they are. So we do Vint engineering in container item diesel portion. Okay. And then heavy oil. Not sure why they couldn't just use the item. Like, why do we need a separate string for in container? I don't know, but it is what it is. That is not capitalized. Make sure I didn't do that anywhere else. Okay. Last one, LPG. Okay. That took care of that little bug. Now, let's actually try to figure out in here what's going on with this. So recipe progress less than 1. That reminds me, we want to, when it crafts, we also want to use power. But we want to do this, and then F5. I think the game is updated a couple times since too. I should update my game version. I mean, they're minor updates. They're little bug fixes, but okay. You can see, is it sleeping? It's saying it's on. Is this working? Hey, look at that. This is now working. Okay, so we want to feed this thing another 10 liters. Okay. I'm not going to beef this up. I'm just going to wait. Three 3.5, 3, 2.5, 2, 1.5, 1, 1.5. Okay. So outputs, num extensions plus 2. So this should be 2 items. Okay. So this is item slot of 2. Yes. Okay. So 0 is going to be our inventory, and 1 is going to be the output slot of 2 is item slot liquid only. So you can see there's bitumen. There's actually bitumen in there. So this is a problem with the pipe not seeing. Okay, well now we know that that slot actually is holding the bitumen. So, so try craft. We're gonna go into try craft. So it's a problem with the pipe not seeing the proper thingy. So resolved item stack, crude oil portion, collectible.code. Ingredients.length is 1. Outputs.length. Okay, so resolved item stack of this one is bitumen. Outputs dot resolve. Outputs of 0. Okay. Dot resolve. Stack size now is a variable resolve. So stack size is 7. So we're getting 7 this time. Yeah, because we have a variable on here, right? 5, variable 2, so up to 7. So we're getting a max amount this time. Outputs the slot index.empty. So then we're just increasing the stack size of that item. And we're marking it dirty. And then we're going through and doing the next. So the next one, diesel portion. Resolved item stack. And then the variable resolve sets our stack size, 170, right? So that's 1.7 liters. Good. We're going to set that, mark that dirty, and then that's going to be it. Try craft goes, power gets reduced, and then we're going to go find matching recipe, which now is saying, hey, the input slot is empty. Current recipe equals null. Sleeping, recipe power applied, return false. Good to go. So now it's sleeping. It's not constantly drawing power. And this should be now, what, 3.4? 3.4 liters. There it is. Still no bitumen in here. Why did this trigger? Excuse me? Why did this trigger? Oh. I think, yeah, this, I right-clicked this. This didn't finish. Oops. Yeah, 5.1 liters. Okay. So now we need to figure out why this pipe is not doing what it should be doing. So I need to remove the other pipes just so I don't get any crosstalk. And before I tackle this, as you probably could guess, I need to use the bathroom. Because it is what it is. I can't concentrate, so it's now or never. All right. Now I can think straight. Now, we got to figure out why that pipe all of these things are all in weird order. Handlers, item transport handlers. Let's go F9. Back to game, and there we go. So, us BE pipe base. Remember, we're in the new, right? BE pipe base new. So there's the new network. So what I'm guessing, connected to. Why is it not telling me what I'm connected to? There it is. Okay. Now, get interface, inventory is seeing the inventory. Okay. Inventory distillation base. It's seeing the right inventory. Okay. That's good. Block entity generic typed container. Okay, and now get pull slot. We need to index into there. This is what's failing. So we pass in the inventory. Is generic is false. Inventory.get auto pull from slot. Block facing from code west. Okay. Dot opposite, which is the east face. So if we F11 into this. Wait, where are we? What? Didn't I F11 into that? Pull is null. Why? What? Get pull slot. Inventory. Get auto pull from slot. So this get auto pull slot is calling this, and this is calling inventory.get auto pull from slot. So if we need to go, let's go back to the machine here and go to the initialize. And we call it a generic, but I know there's a way to override get auto pull from slot, even when you use a generic. I was trying not to have to create a custom, a custom version of this for every single block entity. So if we look at our inventories. Router. Block entity, multi-block. Derek. So this is a complex object. Yeah, there it is. Get auto pull from slot. I knew there was a way to do it. So this is a get auto push into slot, but we want to do peak definition. So that's in the constructor. So if we look at the constructor for this particular object, which it's in here somewhere. let's minimize that. Where's my constructor at? Do I not have one? No, I have to have one. There it is. Get auto push into slot. Inventory dot on get auto pull from slot equals get auto pull from slot. Okay. And this is here. So there's the block facing. I want to take this and move it here. Because I knew it was inside the inventory thing, so. Okay. Now we can do some logic, right? This is why the block facing is important. It's like what face are we looking at? Come on now. All the coffee needs to drain out of this. I'm not sure why this. One simple thing to do. So if we're built in the west, right? If we're facing west, the item output is east, right? It's the opposite of that. So we need to figure out. Let's see. Block facing us equals block dot variant of side dot block facing dot from code. Okay. The variant, block dot variant, right, comes in here, goes to the variants. Let's skip all of this. Variant groups side. It's pulling the horizontal orientation. So it's pulling northeast, southwest. Right? Variant of side. That's what that's grabbing. And then we're converting that into a block facing. And then if us.opposite equals at block face, return inventory of 0. Right? So we're facing west or north or whatever. If the opposite of that is the block face that we're testing, right? The opposite, then return our inventory of 1, not 0. 1 is the item output. If us dot clockwise equals at block face, return inventory of 2. I'm not actually 100% sure how the fluid was being pulled unless it uses a different way of handling, get pull from slot here. Get pull slot. Base fluid block entity. Ah, yeah. It basically short circuits it. Interesting. Because the base game doesn't really, yeah, because it's my block is this, right? I had to invent my own liquid interface because the base game doesn't have a liquid interface that allows for this call. Get auto pull from slot. It's liquids are handled very bizarrely in the game. Very, very weird. So I kind of had to invent my own wrapper for all of that. So the IVE liquid interface, the distillation base is that object, right? So I allow for that call, get auto pull from slot, or get liquid auto pull from slot. And then I override it in the I override it in here. Get liquid auto pull from slot is already in here somewhere. It's in your it's somewhere in here. Yeah, get liquid auto push into and auto pull from slot. So these calls are already being done. Inventory of 2 is this is what's good to go here. So we get I basically do the same call that I do above, but this one is specifically for the fluids. I'm still doing the block face check, get clockwise, etc. So yeah, that's why the fluid pipe was working and the item pipe was not. Okay, now that mystery is solved, now the pipe should be able to pull from that slot. Okay, so yeah, we should be able to test that. At some point, it has to start loading, right? There it is. Hey, there's our bitumen. Excellent. There is a little crude oil in there. You can see crude oil portion. That's 0% because I think this thing can hold. How much can this actually hold? It can hold quite a bit. What is? I think it's like 50 liters or something like that. Maybe it's more than that. Might be. Where do I set that? Do I set that in the? Yeah, 50. So I set it to 50 liters, and there might be like 0.5 in there, so it's very minuscule. Guess I got up the lap goblin. All right, so we got 18 bitumen. Two, 21, 40. Boom. Finished. It finishes immediately because of that's just how little power it takes. It's literally 2,000. It's able to apply 2,000 power per second, and it only costs like 400 power to make. So it's like it's very, very fast. So yeah, outputs, num extensions. So we're doing this. We're doing this. Try craft. Boom. Electric power. Find matching recipe. I'm going to turn that off so we stop coming in. So every time this thing is pushing into the item slot, the thing is updating, right? The item slot on slot modified is being called, or at least it should be. So if we go to definition on that, and we do this, right? The moment that triggers, right? Slot ID equals 0, current recipe equals null. So, you know, it's going to run that find matching recipe again. And it just finished again. So, if we wait this out, I mean, it's yeah. One heartbeat. Boom. Okay. I wanted to get it empty. Power 97%. Yeah. It's sleeping. So power is not really updating all that much, unfortunately. Look at the diesel. Still saying there's diesel in there. Why is it still saying there's... It should be empty. Output should be empty. Why is it still showing there's diesel? Well, let's do this. And then get block info. And pop. Okay. My guess is the client. So this is on the client now, right? We're on the client. Boom, right here. Client. So we're on the client side now, not the server side. So my guess is we didn't sync. So inventory. Where's the slots? It's saying there's 510 diesel portions in there. And 4 bitumen. Huh? I wonder if we missed a Mark Dirty event. Inventory of 2. dot empty. Yeah. My guess is we missed a Mark Dirty event on the server. So, machine state. So we mark dirty here. This should have resynced the inventories. Let's see. What? Oh, let's do this. So now we're on the server, right? Electric. Current power. See, current power is maxed. On the server. So my guess is we missed. Yeah, this right here needs to be outside of this. That's what we're missing. This right here is the client update delayer. It was nested inside the thing here, and we needed to put it outside of that. Okay, so if we remove this breakpoint, boom, you can see it. It already updated. Enough time passed, right? Because we were debugging. So a huge amount of time passed, which immediately triggered a block update from the server, which is why now we're seeing empty, power is maxed, all of that stuff, right? It was a client sync issue, which because this block was nested inside of this if, it was never triggering because the machine state was sleeping. So the server was never throwing an update to the client. It just wasn't. So now that we have that fixed, oh, I'm starving to death. Let's give myself some blue cheese yummies. Okay, so this good to go. Everything there is good to go. Now we need to think about get rid of all these stupid. Okay, extensions. What do we do about the extensions? Well, extensions, if we do distillation tower extension, and we say vent engineer, give block vent engineering VEMB distillation extension built. We are west 6. Okay, so now we got to do this very, very carefully. We are going to place. We are going to break. I'm going to do that again. Okay. Yeah, we cannot forget to break the interaction block, because when you place it, that's when it finds the appropriate thing, and then right click, and there we go. Right. So now we have one extension. You can even see when we look at this, number of extensions 1. So it found the extension. My plan is coming together. This is the first time an extension has been built on top of the base. So I'm glad it all looks seamless. I wish there weren't any rendering glitches with the stupid like transparent textures, because yeah, you get a very narrow window. You can even do a little X-ray thing. You can look right there, right where my crosshair is. There's a box. That's probably a translocator right there. So if there is a way of not having it do this, let me know. If there's a trick, if there's a rendering trick, maybe I could do some like rendering flags or something to get that transparency to not give people an X-ray. Let me know. Okay, so if we want another one of these, right? Do this. Break. Break. Place. Place. And I just want to verify that we can indeed climb all the way up. Excellent. Place. Break. Place. Form. I really should move this to the actual slot that I'm constantly referencing. There it is. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And finally, boom, number 6. Okay. This is still only seeing one extension. So we got to sit here. Hopefully, maybe, possibly, we have number extensions. Let's go in here. Go to the base. Extension validation delay. Let's go put a breakpoint there. Now, are we... I need to move this up to here. Because that extension validation delay delta time is not actually triggering very often because it's being routed around because of the update bouncer. Because right now it's sleeping, right? This thing is sleeping. So we want to ensure that we're including that delta time in the update bouncer while we're sleeping, so that every 2 seconds that it's able to process that on its own. So what is the delay now? We're actually very close. Boom, 124. There it is. So now we go find valid extensions. Extension code above us, up 4, num found, above us dot y, block above, distillation extension, above code, block above dot id, contains rock, it doesn't. Above code contains. extension positions. Count 1. Okay. Why did this... Oh, I think I know why. I think I know why. Yeah, okay. Shit. Yeah, I think I know why. The recipe... I say recipe. You gotta work with me here. The recipe for a multi-block is the schematic to build it, right? That's the recipe. It's not a grid recipe, but it is a recipe. It is all of the components that it takes to build the damn thing. So the recipe for this is actually a donut with a hollow center of these scaffolding blocks, or the sheet metal. So the sheet metal, you can see the actual collision box is the full block because the 3D model is, reshaped. But the actual recipe is a donut and there's air in between. Right? So we need to change the validation on find valid extensions. Let's go to definition of that. Now we need to say int air continuous equals 0. Okay. So what I'm thinking is as an easy fix to this is if we encounter an air block, which is why we bombed out of this thing. We need to, instead of on the first air block, because it's going to find the extension, right? It's going to find that block, the extension, and then right above that is going to be an air block, right? It's going to have 2 air blocks above it, with then another extension, and then 2 air blocks, and then another extension. So what we need to do here, instead of breaking on this, what we need instead is air continuous plus plus if air continuous is greater than 3 break. Okay. So then if block B equals 0, which means air continuous plus plus. So we take the 0 value and we add it to 1, or we add 1. But we don't we continue, but we need to go above us dot up 1. Okay, where this block position, we're just going up. So if the block is air, We add air continuous. We check air continuous if it's greater than 3. So 1, 2, 3. So we even give ourselves 1 block leeway. But if it's greater than 3, which means there's nothing above it, there's nothing valid anyway, then we break. If we don't break, obviously that if statement doesn't trigger. So we move above us 1, so we move it 1, and then we continue, which skips all the rest of this. Because we don't need to do any, if it's air, we don't need to check anything else, right? It's not going to be rock or soil or glass or whatever it is, right? It's not going to be any of those things. So this, we basically invalidate all the rest of this, but we still need to move it up 1. Otherwise, it's literally an infinite loop. It would never get out of this, which would be bad. Infinite loops are bad. So above us, we move it up, and then we continue, which comes back to the while, and then we grab that next block above us. We've already moved it up 1, so we grab it, and then again, we air continuous. So this should be very, very fast. Very, very fast to actually validate. So we should see number of extensions 6. Fingers crossed. What? Oh. Find valid base. Ow! Claws in the leg. Loose. You were sleeping on the bed, and I got up to use the bathroom, and it activated her. She thinks it's like time to do stuff, and it's not. Yeah. So stop. If API equals null, return false. This is being called too early. Because it like pre-initializes everything, and then because API is not set, and then it runs initialize. So we want to make sure that API is set. Otherwise, awful stuff happens. Yeah, I hear the purr is loose. Extensions 4. Why are you only seeing 4 extensions? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why are you only seeing 4? Why? Oh, cat, you're just too effing adorable for your own good. Why would you only find 4? Why would you only find 4? you obviously have 6. Is it a chunk loading thing? Hmm. Yeah, I hear the purrs. They're so adorable. They're hard to resist. Um, I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know why. Uh, this thing only found 4. So, what? How much time has passed? Oh, literally 1 second difference. Come on, here we go. Find valid extension. Okay, so num extensions is 4. This is weird. Why is this only finding 4? Yeah, ooh, am I not? I'm not resetting num air continuous. If contains that's probably why. Yeah, Luce. You just sit in my lap and purr. And then the purrs expire, and then she jumps down. Can we please? Yeah, I have a breakpoint here. Can we please call this? There it is. Why do I always trigger it? Like, okay. Above us, 0 num extension found. Plus plus. So this should be 0. Air continuous. 1. What ID is dummy? Yeah, okay. That's right. Above us is boom. Block above, another dummy. Boom, 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 boom. I might have to do the same over here as well. Find validate base. So we are at 3. There's another dummy. Four. Air. Dummy. Distillation tower. Wait. What did I miss? Extension position that contains key. Four. Okay, that's right. Next, no, okay. Next number five. Dummy. Extension. Add. Next num found. Above us. So now it should actually, this air continuous should trigger after the dummy. Three, and then one more. 4, trigger, break. 6, return true. 4. So my guess is this possibly I'm not passing in the number of extensions, but the client should already be validating that. So what I'm thinking, so I think what this bug is, when the game loaded up, the client ran the function. Right? It ran the function. But my guess is that the top two distillation extensions are in a different chunk. And it loaded this chunk, validated those, but didn't see those because they weren't loaded yet. That's what I'm guessing. Because this number of extensions, right, I'm not passing that value from server to client. So even though the server 100% validated all the extensions, that number is off because it's not being sent to the client. And I have to use the bathroom again, and the cat is still in my lap. So what I'm guessing, if we go and we add tree.setInt num extensions equals tree.getInt num extensions. God, I have to use the bathroom. Jesus Christ. I'll be right back. Okay. So now we're actually pulling that value from the server. Anytime that mark dirty true, right? Mark dirty true is blasting that information to the server or the client. Because the client is only seeing the 4 that it validated when this process here, right? This process is loading everything. This begin game ticking, this is like, the game is ticking behind the scenes right now, right? It's just taking a while to render it. So there you go, number of extensions 6. Okay, now for the big test. Now for the big test. Do these connect? They do. Oh, this is going to be a pain in the ass. Oh my god. I'm used to the Minecraft like shift spacebar for like being able to like crouch and place, but it doesn't really work. Should really add a sound. Placing a tank. Again, we're testing some stuff, so we got to test this out. So that output graph right there, that is individual to the extension, not to the full base. The two input outputs, those are, you know, for the whole thing. But the output on the bottom is I added that on the I add that to the extension. Okay, so this is a test. Of course, it is nighttime because it's always night in this game. Let's do some sleeping just because. There we go. I like when you hit shift to stop sleeping, another like 2 hours go by. Okay, so now the big test. Is this going to properly distribute all of the things without, causing mayhem? That's the big test. Can we get my axe up in here so we can clear some stuff and things, please? Like a nice clean area. Just in case stuff starts breaking. Okay. How much fuel do you guys have left? You're not doing too bad. We're not simulating actual power use and balance right now, but okay, so let's give it a sec. I'm gonna give it a second, see if it saves. I just want it to save, please, God, save. Densely clustered berries. Heavy bear. Okay, so yeah, they introduced like a subtle genetic thing. Right? I think they introduced so heavy bearer plus 15% yield, densely clustered berries plus 30% harvest speed. So I think those are like traits that you can find in the wild. I bet if we found a bunch more bushes in the wild that you would find ones with different traits, and I don't know if there's yeah, there we go. Shy bearer, weak rooted. So this bush probably not good. Black currant. So yeah. Plant debris, not really much. Rot. Not sure what to do with that. Place it. Can. Huh. Anyway. I'm thinking it's saved by now. So let's do this. We have number extension 6. The anticipation. 13, 12, 11, 10. Right. I don't think I changed. Shit. I didn't. I didn't change this. This is wanting this is wanting to be 1.5 million power. We're going to be sitting here a while. Why did I close that file? Why do I it's amazing how like just autopilot my brain is sometimes. Like, why did I close this? Like, I'm in the middle of testing this. Why would I close it? It's so weird. Okay, the recipe, what we want to do is validate what recipe that is actually processing. Right? Which, like, what version of the recipe? So first, let's put a breakpoint in here, and then let's start it up again. Let's see what it does. Because remember, the game starts ticking before it even like renders. There it is. Okay, so num extension 6. So current recipe, distillation tower, obviously. Num extensions 1. That's not good. Num extension 6. Current recipe. Damn it. So what's the problem? The find valid recipes needs to make sure. I hate looking for stuff by scrolling. I never can find it. Find matching recipe. Num extensions. Matches. So we need to recipe distillation tower matches num extensions. Yeah, this should have easily not found the wrong number of things. Close that. This is why we're passing in the number of extensions. Because it should have returned false. We have 6 extensions, and the recipe is saying it's 1 extension. So if for some reason it matched to this. I don't know why. So if somewhere in here again is the so we find the extension first, and then we validate recipe. It should be very straightforward. Bruce, what do you need? Just rub your face on stuff. Okay. So I think we need to do a little cheeky. If current recipe does not equal null, okay. If current recipe dot num extensions does not equal num extensions, find matching recipe. Okay. Because remember, the validation, like the way that the game boots up, there could be some weird shenanigans going on. So what I could do here is expand the tick register, initialize, register tick listener. We offset it by a single second. If we offset it by maybe 4 seconds, right? So we register the tick listener and we delay it by 4 seconds. It's going to tick 10 times a second, but we delay the first one 4 seconds. That ensures all of this stuff can process. Oh. I got the purring lap goblin again. Item slot numbix. What are we even in? Num extension 6. Current recipe. Num extension 6. Excellent. Output slots is 8. It actually ran the craft before the game even fucking loaded or rendered. So we should see heavy oil, lubricant, kerosene, gasoline, naphtha, and LPG. Look at that. It worked. Heavy oil? Yeah. Let's let that run, and then we can compare totals. So 1.7, I'm fairly certain we got that. So heavy oil 3.5. I'm going to put this over on a different monitor. So 3.5. Lubricant should be 0.3. Kerosene is 1.7. Gasoline 1.9. Naphtha 0.6. Wait. Excuse me? Did I miss something in the... Oh. Let's see. I'm guessing it's a localization issue. Yep. It's a localization. Naphtha. Okay. So it's right. It's just my localization. I didn't redo. And then LPG 0.3. Boom. Okay. And it's all flickery like that because there's so little in there that you get a little Z fighting. If I used a lower quality tank, it would have been fine. And then we can scoop that out. Heavy oil. And then lubricant. Kerosene. Gasoline. Naphtha. LPG. Which is technically a gas, but yeah. Okay. There it is. Now, you can run all of these together. So let me give you an idea of what that looks like. So if we open with the new system and how it works, why don't we do this sideways? Right? And there may be future, things and stuff that okay. I'm going to move this. Diesel. And then you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again, these are not filters. You could literally name these A, B, C, D, E, F, right? It doesn't matter. But I'm just naming them what the item is, just for my own sanity, right? So naphtha and then LPG. Okay? This is why I wanted to redo the pipes. Because if we look at this, right, LPG. Oh. You need to look at the bottom of the actual thing there. Okay. Now, one last test. With all of those subnets used, all of these should have, easily the resources in them that they should have. So this is again another test with how the new system works. So let's get the last 10 liters. Why? These should have diesel. Did I spell that? Unbelievable. Why did I pick that goddamn tank up? Why did I pick the tank up? Unbelievable. Oh, I hate fluid mechanics. This is all having to do with fluid mechanics. The way that it deals with blocks and shit. This is why you have to sneak right click to place a tank. Because it's trying to pick up like, hey, if you're interacting with me with the bucket, I need to do something else. Like this is why I hate dealing with fluids in this game. It's so annoying. All the little bullshit things you have to do, all the little edge cases. Insert nodes.add. Yeah, this is an item with the same key has already been added. Okay. So why? This item with the same key. So it didn't remove. When I picked the damn tank up, it didn't remove the insert node. Fucking I just right clicked the goddamn tank. And it picked it up. Completely not what I wanted to do. But, it is what it is. So insert nodes.add face.opposite.index int face new insert. Okay. So if insert nodes dot contains key, can we please stop with that? Face.opposite.index. Face.opposite.index. Um, if not. So if something happens, like when I picked that damn tank up, the insert node was not properly removed. So that's a bug, right? Bottom line, that's a bug. It's one of those weird edge cases that I didn't run into when I was testing it. But when I placed the tank back, it it tried to re-add the node that was already there, right? Faced it out because it's the pipe. It's not the whole network. It's just that block, and it's like, hey, I already have this face. So the original bug is I needed, when I pick that up, it should have removed that face, right? That insert node. So that's something I can test. But the other thing that obviously was wrong was we need to look at the git push, because this is a problem. Subnet that contains continue. If not, okay, so if subnet does not equal null and subnet does not equal string.empty and subnet.length is greater than 0, if the array, the connection array, so I need to, well, let's boot the game up first. Close this. Diesel. D-I-E-S-E-L. D-I-E-S-E-L. I need a stick. Do I have a stick? I do have a stick. Use a stick on that. D-I-E-S-E-L. Okay. So, we need this could be gnarly. Okay. So, pipe extraction node. What are we connected to? We're subnet of diesel. So we just happen to be looking at the right one. Okay. So push con array equals push cons. We have 7 push connections. Okay. So let's do that and that. And we're going to index in here. Subnet equals diesel. Con array of x dot subnet. Why do none of these have a subnet on them? Did I miss? I tested it with I tested it with the items. I didn't test it with the fluids, so I must have missed something with setting the subnets on the connections. Conarray, push cons. Pipe insert node. Insert nodes. Why are none of my subnets set? What did I miss? I missed something really basic with subnetting fluids. Like I've tested this with items, so there must have been a function call somewhere that I just missed. Where is that subnet stored at? Pipe extraction node, insert nodes. If I grab, because this has a block position and a face connection. I wonder if my item transport grabs the subnet. Aha! Yep. This call here grabs the subnet. Up to date. Get push slot. String subnet. Okay. If not updated content, yes. Okay, so it's the same call. Yeah, I missed that line. Okay, something bad happened. What happened? No errors. Sometimes the hot reload just doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. So this get block entity, be pipe base new, node position, insert nodes, Conarray effect. Okay. So it's going out and it's saying, okay, I have all these connections, all these insert connections, but each extraction node, the way that I coded it, each extraction node has its own little copy of all the insert nodes, right? So each extraction node is its own little world. It has its own it has its own copy of all the positions of all the insert nodes. But if you set a subnet on an insert node, I'm not broadcasting that to every extraction node, right? You're setting the subnet to the insert node. This call, what I missed here is when it's trying to find the push slot, it needs to pull the latest information from that insert node because the subnet could have changed. So it's like, if you change the subnet, because as you're typing in that text box, every letter you type is throwing an event, right? Text changed event. Every character you type is throwing that event. So if I would solve this on the other side by updating all the extraction nodes and saying, hey, this node at this position, at this face, changed its subnet. I would have to call that for every character you edit, right? Either that or on GUI closed, right? I would have to somehow capture the GUI closed event or even have a save button, but I've been avoiding doing the save buttons, right? So the data is updated. Every character you're typing, the data is updated behind the scenes. So I opted instead that for each extraction node, it's actually going to go out and grab that insert node position to be able to pull that. So if we F5 it again, at some point, yep, there we go. So push connections, we have 7. The node that we're at is heavy oil. So subnet is heavy oil. Subnet, right? Heavy oil. So up to date, the first one it grabs is null. Second one it grabs is heavy oil. That contains it. Boom. Return slot. Good. I'm guessing because of the crash, it didn't save the diesel here. Yeah. And boom. Yeah, you can see it. We had 11.7, and so now this is should be emptying out. There it is, empty. So heavy oil, lubricant, kerosene, gasoline, naphtha, and LPG. And now all of these empty. These should be. I must have missed. Yep. I bet you I have the same issue with the extensions that I had with the base that I fixed. Okay, so let's go back, quit, and look at the extensions. So that was a bug that I fixed here. And then let's look at block entity distillation extension. Client update delay, slot modified. There is no ticking on this. I copied and pasted this. There isn't any ticking. Yeah, there's no ticking on the extensions. So this is one of the reasons why. Come on. So slot modified, like unfortunately, we just have to mark dirty. I mean, there's really not very many. This is already going to be gated, right, behind the tick rate of the pipes, which I think are, well, the tick rate is depending on the what upgrade you put in them. So the tick rate is variable. So as it's pulling fluid out, right, if you don't upgrade it, it's once a second, right? It's going to be pulling fluid out. Well, that means this is going to trigger once a second. Now, if you put a super high level upgrade in it, that can it can tick up to like 10 times a second, right? I think the steel upgrade it ticks 10 times a second, so it's much faster. Okay, we need to look just while we're here. Validate base. While us.y is less than 1 or greater than 1, block below, blah, blah, blah. Distillation base. So I have a much simpler version of this. So we need to do another just a base rough check, I think. Find validate or find valid extensions. We need to do a bare minimum here of detecting like below if it's rock, soil, glass, forest floor, clay. I really wish that I could just do a tag in there instead. Like if below dot tags, I don't know enough about the tag system and how it works. I've not really seen where the tags are defined. If we look here at vintage story, assets, survival, lock types, even looking at soil, clay, prepare for some red, tag. There's no, where are the freaking tags defined? They added this tag system, right? There's a ton written up about the tag system and the tag system and the tag system. I've not seen anywhere where they actually use it. Does somebody know where they've used the tags? Where they're defining it? How they're defining it? If we look at, say, soil, there's no tags. So where are the tags defined? Where are they used? How are they used? I don't know. I honest to God, don't know. Are they generated? Is there a tag system that's generated at runtime? I don't know. What I probably could do, let's just I just want to see what just on an off chance I can track this down. Because they talked about the tag system and how it's optimized recipes and blah, 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 but I've not seen anywhere where they actually use tags. So the tag system, I think what they introduced is you could probably consider it a like an OR dictionary, like Forge, the OR dictionary. So these should all be empty now. Now that we're redone. Yep. So if we break this, ooh, that ladder formed wrong. Okay. I wonder why. So below code, below here, done dummy west. If we do below dot tags, nothing. Yeah, this ladder is set wrong. Because technically the ladder is built on the other, it's built facing this direction. But it defaulted to north, so I need to... That should not have done that. Okay. How can I trigger... Always hungry. Didn't I have a bunch of berries to eat or something? Or did I eat them already? I must have eaten them already. Oh, give me that. Yeah, trying to find natural tags here because as soon as it hits this block entity, it validates. So if I want to test this, let's find a spot. Now, below is soil. Zero tags. So not even soil has any tags, right? So it's like yeah. So the yeah. Okay, so this built north, if I break it, the ladder is in the right spot, right? Because the ladder has to be built facing the other direction up. So the same face, so this block face is actually the ladder from this way. So it's kind of a weird, it's the way that I got ladders working for both built and unbuilt. You just have to face the other way when you build it, right? Just how it's done. So if we break it all down, you're going to say south. So now when we place it, right, it'll be built right, and we break it, the ladder should be fine, but it switches, right? It's wrong. It forms right, but it shouldn't. It shouldn't be. So is the ladder? I think I'm missing. Yeah, I'm missing an attribute in here. So I need to back to game. Let's leave this formed. I'm going to exit. I had to do some custom things. Right? So the ladder here, I need to say, hey, what is this ladder? And what is the facing? So if I open the derrick, you can see the attributes here. Attributes, default variant, and then opposite, and then wire function, and then let's see, what is 9? Treated slab. Okay, what is 1? Steel fence. We're not dealing with that. Number 3 is the ladder. So we need to grab these and go to the distillation extension. So this one is the ladder. And so ladder is number 6. Number 9 is the we don't have this one. We don't have any wood or power. Okay. So the is facing true. That means the face is important. Metal ladder steel south is important. And so if we look at the derrick here, metal ladder steel north, and then metal ladder steel south is the way that it faces in the default form, and then it should rotate it. So let's leave that there, and then we go to the installation base. We need to do the same thing. Oh, you did it already. Okay. Yep. So 6 is this treated wood. The orientation can be any. Okay. It's a special any. Means it doesn't matter how you put those wood planks on the ground. You can place those in many different ways, northeast, southwest, and any way is fine. And then the wire function is number 9, which is the power. That function, power tier. This is how you define what tier power goes in. And then the is facing the number 10 here should be the ladder. Yes. So metal ladder steel south is the same with both of those. So that I was just missing this little block on the extension. An attachable is specifically for the power connector. It's setting the block. Number 9 is the power block, and it's saying the upside is an attachable face. It's a lot of little like quirky things that you have to do with a multi-block that it's a little bit more complex. And I've started to try to normalize all of the different colors of blocks, even though this system, I really want this system, instead of being just color codes, to actually be little ghost versions of the blocks. I think that would be a better way to go, but I don't know how to do that yet. I haven't quite cracked that system. Okay. So that should have fixed that little issue. Okay. So now when we break this ladder should not move, technically speaking. It still does. Why does it do that? That should not be moving. Right? It's like, hey, there's ladders that should be here. So it's still saying it's wrong. Why? Let's replace this. It should be validating. It should be validating because that is south. So if we go to multi-block, trigger validation, blocking the behavior, trigger validation. Right. Transform offsets. This is fine. Layer. We're on layer 0. Layer equals. Okay. Offset. Okay. Allowed variance. I'm going to take this away, put this here, and we're going to do a conditional breakpoint when block.code.path.contains, literally never use concat, ladder. There we go. Steel ladder north. Offset of W. Allowed variance. Allowed variance. Block codes. Let's look at the Derrick again. This might be a bug. Like 100% could be a bug. Metal ladder steel north. So the attributes here. Where am I grabbing that data? Allowed variance. Block codes.offset. Match. Block codes.offset of W. Yeah. What? Let's see. Allowed variance. Get allowed variance. Aha. Yes. So I need that to be a wild card. And the wild card, which is the star here, the asterisk, it's saying, hey, this is a wild card. So if we do star on this, and if we just stop debugging, okay, and then we come down here to the base, ladder, star here, which also means the Derrick is bugged, right? We change that. So if we go to the extension, then meta ladder star here, because that's the thing that triggers that call. Get variance. So this call, right, is wildcard. Assets or attributes by number, that key exists, is facing, right? Which is looking at this. And then the if here comes down here. So now if we run this, my breakpoint should technically still exist. I just can't remember where I put it. At least, like the condition on the breakpoint, like, hey, only break if it's if we're comparing the ladder. Okay. So if we break, boom, the ladder is in the right spot. And if we reform it, right, now the block is a ladder. His wildcard is true. Allowed variance should be, since we're looking at the north, right, we should be allowed variance north. Variant matches. It's good to go. And it validated. Just like that. So that was a bug with the JSON. That should have been, so anybody building the derrick, right, it will, if you build it facing north, right, facing north, it'll build fine. But yeah, that was a bug with the validation of the ladder, because it should have been a wild card. So and look at that. We now have all sorts of fuel. And using the subnets, right? I'm using subnets to, I mean, basically it's filtering it out. But again, this could be the letter A, and then this could be the letter A. And there you go. But you don't want to make this a letter A, right? And then have any other A's in here, because it will match if this subnet is contained in any of these, right? If the extraction subnet contains this. So if this is something really simple, again, like an A, right? If any of these have an A in them, it will be valid. So the more specific you make this, the more targeted the insert. But you could also use that the other way. You could make the distribution like make this A, make this AA, AAA, AB, ABA, and then you can have all sorts of different combinations. I implemented it as basically as possible to give you the most opportunity to customize it, and how you want things to be moved around. Okay, so this is good to go. We've fixed that little issue with the ladders. Now we need to pop out a recipe to build the actual cores, right? The core blocks inside. And then we need to reset the recipe so it's beefy. And then we can work on we can start moving towards the generator, because all of these fluids, except for lubricant is exception, but all of these other ones are fuels, and you can actually have a separate generator making power for all of these, or with all of these, I should say. So recipe wise for the cores, again, the core, the craft is, it's not going to be cheap, but the main expense for building these is actually in the schematic, right? The schematic to put these together and build all of these. That's where the main cost is all the iron and steel and all the gubbins that it takes for all of this stuff. So, okay. Now, we can close that and that. I do need to poke my head into the block pipe base. God, I need to use the bathroom again. God damn it. All right. So, what do I need to look at? Block pipe base. A neighbor block changed. Pipe dirty. Yeah, see, this is this is what. Remember when I picked that pipe up and it didn't actually update anything? That's a bug. Um, so I need BE pipe base. Block pipe base new. Let's actually look at the new version of this, because this is what it should be. On neighbor block changed. BE pipe base new. I do like the null propagation components now. It's really cool. It takes the if statement. If block is not equal null, then do the thing. It just changes it to one line. The question mark dot. The question mark is the null check. The dot pipe is the call if it's not null. It's just a really cool way of doing it. So this, it's the same as that if statement. It's really nice. It should have detected that. Yeah, neighbor block changed. I'm mousing over this. There you go. West. Use chunk loaded. That's fine. Neighbor block should be null or air. Not null, air. Okay, if neighbor block ID equals 0, which it is, connection sides, face 2 of 1. Zero and 2 are true. Oh, this is connection sides. This is pipe to pipe. Okay, so that's fine. Extraction sides shouldn't be that. Insertion sides of 1 is true. Okay, so we want to remove that pipe node. Insert nodes dot remove. Insert sides. Base 2. False. Num insert connections minus minus. Remove single insert node. Remove single insert node to remove from pipe system. Start at from position. Removes any insert target. So this should basically iterate through and remove this insert node. Run the cursor. 28 poked, right? It poked 28 different pipes, right? Or different, yeah. Shape dirty equals true. And then if we replace it, yeah. So it did properly removed it. I probably did something that if somebody else can replicate that bug, where it crashed, let me know. But yeah, I can't. Pushes 7, pushes 6, pushes 7. So it's updating. Pushes 7, Pushes 6. Yeah. So it's updating 100%. And it's the subnet is going away because it's literally removing that insert node. It's scrapping it. It's forgetting it ever existed. Okay. That little I just wanted to validate and make sure that we weren't doing some weird gubbins there. So now we need to think about what is the recipe to make this thing. Let's look at directory. Come on now. Vintage engineering, assets, recipes, grid, multi-block. MV. Wait. Do I not have a recipe for the distillate or the derrick either? I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't think I do. What about the pump jack? I'm sorry. What am I going mad here? I thought for sure I had recipes for all of these things. Like all the core blocks. Thought for sure I did. Huh. I don't. And why don't I have? Yeah, I need to add core just so they're all named the same. Distillation tower, core base, distillation tower, core base, core, because there's a base and an extension. Now I don't have all of the colors of all the gubbins in there yet. But so that fixes that. That was weird. Now, okay, so I need recipes for all of my cores. I thought I had been adding those, like pump jack, all of that stuff. Really, game? How do you get that so wrong? I hate the handbook. I hate it with a passion. If I could format this in like a separate file and just like format it like almost like a website, that would be wonderful. But it's such a janky system. Okay, so I don't have recipes for any of my cores. That's weird. So let's fix that so people can actually craft the damn things. So let's look at. I'm just going to grab this and say MB Derek core. And we're going to go block types, multi-block, VEMB Derek. VEMB Derek, incomplete, north. Incomplete and north. North is always the default, but the horizontal orientation doesn't matter what you have in your hand. When you place it, it's a behavior that kind of overrides that. So, but north is always the default. Making sure that's a block. VEMB Derek incomplete north. Okay, now we need to think about what kind of recipe is going to be in the Derek. So, Derek is going to be a really damn expensive thing. So we want to do F block vintage engineering steel fence. Steel fence dash steel dash east west dash free. Steel fence dash steel east west free. Okay. Because that's the default, right? Like vintage decor, steel fence, star, which is iron or steel, which this is going to be specifically steel, east west free. Okay. Again, this is the grid recipe. What are you putting in the grid recipe? It's just the items that you're crafting. So that is the middle on each side, right? The middle on left and the right, and then the center B is a machine block. We're gonna make that steel. This is gonna be a very, very expensive. MV tier is very expensive, right? It's on purpose. Okay. We don't need the wire tool. So the top, this is going to be a block. The very top here is going to be pipe new dash fluid. So a fluid pipe on the top, the screws are on the outside. So screw, we actually want specifically steel screws. So screws on the sides or the corners, pipe on the top, fences on each side. Center is a machine block or machinery block, a steel one. The bottom middle, I don't think we want another machinery block. How about we do, this will be a P. I'm trying to do something that I can just copy and paste and tweak it a little bit. So the pipe on the very top, machine block, and then the bottom middle, which is a T, is again a block. And this will be treated wood. Treated wood, horizontal, north. Yeah, drops by type. Treated wood type north. So treated wood, horizontal, north. Treated wood, north. I just want to make sure that people are sort of forced. If you haven't made treated wood at this point, this recipe should force you to do it. The same, the pump jack is going to be the same way. You're going to have to make treated wood, which means you're going to have to build a creosote oven, right? You're going to have to do these things because it's the schematic to build the multi-block includes these as well. So you have to build these. Okay, so this is the derrick. We have fluid pipe, steel fence, machinery block, treated wood, steel screws. Okay. So we're gonna save that. We're gonna go into multi-block. We're gonna copy this and then paste it, and then we're gonna say, instead of being the derrick, pump jack core. I honestly thought I did this already. I thought I put in recipes for all of these. Okay, so the pump jack core, I just want to make sure I name it right. Multi-block. BEMB pump jack. Incomplete. North. So let's close the derrick, go to the pump jack. And then this changes to that. Now the pump jack, we don't need steel fence. What we do need is multi-block. What's another block that we use? Heavy engineering, interaction, treated wood component. If we take the fence away, like that. Then the main difference right now is what would be on the either side? What would make sense? Motors? Or a motor, at least? One motor? We could do an M on one side. Oh, not what I wanted. An M on one side. Do an M here. Vintage engineering. And then we have part. Oh, it must be an item. I betcha, I betcha. Motor. Motor tier is MV. And we have to change this to item. Okay. And I'm pretty sure motor MV, yeah, has a recipe. Okay, so that is the pump jack. So we have the pump jack core, we have the derrick core. Distillation base core. VEMB distillation base. And I think the sides on this would be block sheet metal steel. Just validate that's actually what it's called. These are fucking recipes. Come on now. Let's look at the actual blocks. Steel fence, no. Sheet metal, there it is. VE sheet metal, okay. And I think I need to do iron. Just look quickly at the distillation here. Sheet metal, iron, yeah. Steel sheet metal would be a little far more expensive. So, iron. Treated wood. Distillation base. Um, Let's see. I'm trying to think of like how am I gonna differentiate the extensions, and I think I'm gonna do something just simple. BEMB distillation basin complete north. Okay, so then we go grid. Extension. And we are just going to make those pipes. And then the treated wood, which is a T, we're going to actually make an H. And remove the T. Because remember, there's no treated wood in the extension. So pipe, 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 screws on the corners, machinery block in the middle. The bottom is a sheet metal, an iron sheet metal. And that's distillation extension, incomplete. Okay. Recipes for the cores are in. Let's just validate that it is what it is. I need to figure out what to do about the help window here. How did I? Oh man. Close the motor. Sheet metal. Jack. Steel fence. Okay. Now, if I made a mistake anywhere, whether by mislabeling something an item or a block, which is usually what happens, I can never read the output. I don't know why you even put anything in the output. It's nearly useless. So core, really, with the double O? There we go. Now we have distillation core. Base. Grease-out oven. Has a recipe. Funny, I did one for that, but none of the other ones. Pump jack. There's the motor. What? That's not an air block, I assure you. Derrick. There's the derrick. It's a spicy recipe, but it's supposed to be expensive. So, what the hell is going on here? Brown. Let's go to pump jack. Click the right thing. Yeah, this is off. So what? if I remove these, it'll be right. What is brown supposed to be? Treated wood slab down north. I don't have you gotta be specific. Okay. Any other ones? Let's just do a quick check. Derek. That one's right. That should really be like orange, but whatever. Free soda oven, those are all good. Distillation tower, we don't have it. Okay. Or the extension. Okay. So if we go to the distillation tower, or no, the derrick, right? Building blocks. This is why I hate the handbook. Everything has to be on one line, and it's so annoying. It's so rough. What I usually do is say, all right, I know everything needs to be on one line. We're going to just deal with the squigglies for a while. Let's just close. I don't need the game open while I do this. So, black, mid-gray, light gray, dark purple, pink, yellow, orange, lime, red, green. So I'm going to look at distillation base. We're going to float. Move this over to a different monitor. I don't know how Renegade got VS Code to change the size of the text. None of the key commands that I use do it. Okay, so now I've tried to standardize all of these colors, right? There are some exceptions. Obviously, the distillation tower does not have steel fences in it. So black is not really one that I need. Right? So I can reuse black for something that's unique to the distillation tower, which means this can be the sheet metal. VE sheet metal steel. Okay. But do I actually make that black? That's the question. Sheet metal, that's iron. Sorry, iron. VE sheet metal iron is number 1, which is, yes, black. 30-30-30 is the color, which is essentially black. The metal platform, mid-gray, Metal platform up is mid gray, 128. Light gray, metal ladder, which is metal ladder 10, which is very, very light gray, almost white. Okay. I'll just say white. That's far more accurate. Dark purple is heavy engineering. Fairly certain that is automatically set. Cyan, concrete. Concrete reinforced. Number 5 is 14, 125, 123. Majority green blue, which probably is cyan. Pink, BE, MB component, light engineering. Number 8, 153, 102, 192. Yeah, that's most likely pink. If any of these colors are off, by the way, if you guys are testing, you guys are building and testing, and any of my colors are off, let me know, because this is one of the reasons why I want to change how this system works and make it basically like a little a shadow of like a transparent version of the block, right? That's what I want to do. I just need to be able to essentially, what I need to do is build a little library that allows me just to send it some data and just be like, blah, draw the thing, and just every one of my multi-blocks just calls the same thing that creates many dimensions, and it's just like, hey, this is how this works. I don't know any other way to do it. Okay, so yellow multi-block fluid. Fluid is 12. 125. Yeah, red and green. That's yellow. Orange, treated wood. That's almost ubiquitous. Lime, block IO, which would be an item, which would be 11, which would be mostly green. That's mostly green. Well, that's power. Power is 9. Let's see. Green plus a little red. I don't know if that's lime. Power. I know I've standardized power. Power. Yeah, 37197 is the color. I mean, it's on the green. If 37 red added to green is lime, then that's good. Red is always the interaction block. That is my standard. And then green is the item IO. Item is 11, is all green. Yes. Okay. Now, are there any other blocks in here that okay, so we already covered the sheet metal. The metal platform is done. Interaction block. Reinforced concrete. Treated slabs. Heavy engineering, light engineering. Power, ladders, item, and fluid. I think that's all of them. I think that's everything. So basically this same thing. You'll see it in a second. You can hover over the icon. Just hover over the icon and you get its name. So we want to grab basically what this is here. And block description, v email. Okay, so this distillation extension is built above is built stacked on top of the base or other extensions. Up to 6 extensions. Extensions are currently supported for the base. And then the one block that we don't need here for the extensions, we might. Well, we don't need a couple of these. So let's look at. Let's see. Sheet metal iron is the same. I'm pretty sure I made this identical. So what we need to get rid of is metal platform, metal ladder. I think we don't need any heavy engineering. Yeah, we don't need heavy engineering. So we can remove this. Light engineering we do. Concrete we don't. Light engineering we do. Fluid we do. Treated slabs we don't. Power we don't. Interaction we do. And item IO we don't. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But again, we don't include the actual core because you're not going to get a printout of the colors without the core block. Everything is based off the core, so you can't. The core isn't there. You're not going to be able to get the colors anyway. Okay, so we do that. That. Okay, and then distillation. God, I can't type today. Extension is built on stacked on top of the base or other extensions. Up to 6 extensions are currently supported for the base. Okay, BR. And we do this one. Pop. There it is. Save. And I can add a recipe in there for like distilling other things. Like it's literally the recipe. You can do whatever you want. And the number of outputs is literally just determines how many extensions you have.
Question in chat.
So distillation, there we go. So when you mouse over, you can see, right? You can see what blocks they are. If we look at all of them, hey, look at that. The treated wood is working again. And this stupid light engineering block. This is like, what in the world? Why is this in the middle of the text? This works. This one doesn't. Yeah, I just did that. Turn these notes to block. You need to hover over the name to know its name. It's literally, it's so verbose. Like, most people don't read anyway. Like, I literally have 6 guides in here, right, for the mod, and nobody even looks at this tab. So, like, spending a huge amount of time making this like super awesome is just, so few people actually look at this. So I'm just like, you can mouse over the icon and be like, oh, multi-block fluid, right? You don't even have to search it. It's right there. Even the code, if you have the debug info enabled, you know, the .edi, you just do .edi like that, right? Obviously, see, you can see now the code is not there. .edi, boom, the code should be, well, it would be there. There it is. Just took a second to update. So yeah, multi-block fluids. The only thing you can't do, I could make it clickable, but I'm just whatever. Again, this is a bridge solution to how I actually want it. Which is like buildable in game. So why is that pump jack? Light engineering block. I mean, little fixes like this are easily done by a like pull request and stuff. Like it's not complex. And if you wanted to contribute to the project, then I would love if people would do little things. You could go in and add a little href into this to reference the actual page, and there's ways to do it. It's just a lot of busy work, and it's tough. So why? Item stack. I don't know why. Our size, maybe? No, our size is part of all these other ones. I don't know why that block. Why this block is smack in the middle of this text. This doesn't make any sense to me. Right? All these other ones are displaying right. If I put like a colon right there. Yeah, it should be going right there. There's even a space. There's even a space right here for the block, and it's not being rendered in there. This has got to be a bug with the handbook. Because it's centering it on the text, which is stupid. It's not a link, it's just it's a label. I wonder if there is a item stack. If there is a like words, an orientation value for that. Um, yeah, obviously, you can see the icons are not being properly rendered like this, but they are right in here. So, yeah, the handbook needs a lot of TLC. It just needs a lot. Um, oh, let's see if I can remember where I saw that item stack code. Um, it would be. I do R size. Would that give me? Yeah, R size. So VTML is technically like what is driving the um, well, like what the underlying handbook stuff is. God, this class is so nasty. It's so nasty. Trying to figure out what this is. Like what do you name dot length? So item stack is or 9. Okay, 6, 9. If name not equal item stack. So it bounces out. Float type. Code type. There's your R size. Yeah. Vertical align dot middle. What? Where's the horizontal align? Offset X. I don't even know what these are offsetting. Tag token dot attributes. Offset X. There is a way in the game to reload like handbook stuff. I don't have that command memorized. Seems to change every time they come out with a new version. Come on. Oh, poke check. Nope. Didn't even budget. Didn't move it at all, I don't think. Yeah, I didn't move it at all. Um, yeah, to show you exactly what that does, if we remove a bunch of these, and then we try to validate, it's going to show, hey, there's a bunch of things missing. And if we remove that, add some of these, try to validate again, it's going to say, hey, these are missing, right? So the transparenciness of them is just like, okay, well, we can put these in and revalidate here. Hey, look at that, that's finished. Those are missing. So if we look at the extension, we can say, all right, what is mid-gray? Well, it's the metal platform. So we put metal platform in. We validate. Hey, those are valid now. And this, very dark, black-like, we can grab that, drop that in, poink, validates. So this is the full-size distillation tower, fully maxed, ready to rock and roll. And again, if anybody can track down what I can do to eliminate this rendering issue, right? This is acting like an X-ray, and I don't like it. And I know everybody else is not going to like it because it will allow you to build these places, and this basically like use it as, hey, I'm gonna scan the area, right, and see where there's caves. There's, if there's a structure underneath, there's a little box right there. That's probably could be a translocator spot. So I want to eliminate this, but I don't know. I don't have a lot of knowledge or experience with the rendering side of things. And I'm sure there's possibly a flag on the shape or the texture, maybe the render pass. I don't know. So yeah, that it's a bug, and I don't know how to fix it. So if anybody out there knows, let me know, and I will 100% fix it. But yeah, that is the distillation tower. With all the color codes and stuff in place. I mean, once you build it once you build it a couple times, it'll be like the extensions. It's the same. It's the same pattern. And believe it or not, you can build the extensions in any orientation. Right? If you want these pipe outlets to be facing a different way, the important thing is the extension block is the middle block, but you can face it that way, that way, that way. You don't have to face the same way that the base is if you want the output of the fluid to go a different direction, right? So all that it's looking at when it does a validation check, all it does is validate the base code exists, right? Not the orientation of the base. It's just does the extension exist? That's all it cares about. So you can orient these however you want. It's just the ladders won't obviously match up if you have it oriented differently. The ladders will be in a different spot. So, do with that however you want. But all right, now we can look at putting back the balance of the recipe. So we've got vintage, recipes, distillation in here somewhere. There it is. Okay. This is literally 20 LV generators for just this, running full blast for 5 minutes. 20 of them. So this is the scale up of the MV tier. It's a substantial increase in power. I kind of based the gist of it, like the power per second of the diesel generator or the fluid generator, around about a 10x multiplier on LV. Okay. So the recipe for distillation. So prompts.distilled stack. Wait, distillation props? When did this become a thing? Okay. Distillation props. I do not remember this being a thing. Okay. What is the time scale, though? You have distilled stack. So cider portion, distilled stack, spirit portion, ratio. Is there a time factor in here? So what in here? Burn tick. If is burning heat liquid. Is burning fuel hours. So heat liquid. So you're heating it at a rate of 2 times delta time. Okay. Total hours. Distillation accumulation. So this is, let's say you put a bucket in here. That's 10 liters. The ratio, once it's up to temperature, you take the delta time times the ratio. Distillation accumulation. I'm guessing this is a float. Point 2. So every 0.2 liters, it updates. Yeah, it updates, and it pushes it into the distiller or the condenser. So it accumulates once it's up to temperature. It ticks ratio times delta time. So that ratio that I spotted in there, right? So ratio whatever 0.05. Times, so delta time, let's say it's 0.1 seconds. What is the tick listener is every 10th of a second. Okay. So 0.1. Times the ratio, which is a very small number, 0.05. 5% of 0.1 would be 0.005. And then that accumulates to 0.2. Remember, this is 10 times a second. So in a single second, we're going to be getting 0.05. So it's going to be 4 seconds to get 0.2, which then for I is less than 4. Where's I used? Horizontals of I. Interesting. It's looking at each horizontal face. Right? So it's looking northeast, southwest. Each time it triggers. So every 4 seconds is, if you happen to build the condenser on the west face, it literally runs through this every 4 seconds. Um, it runs through this for each 4 times before it finds the condenser. Um, we resolve the stack, then we receive distillate, which basically is just like we get it. I am gonna have to look at this outside of this, because I could integrate the distillation props. I didn't know these were a thing. I don't know when these were introduced, but I don't remember ever seeing this before. They must have introduced this at some point because, yeah, this was not something I was familiar with. Because I could integrate the distillation props. I would just have to do a bog standard, like how many seconds to do, a version of this for the base game. Like power per craft, basically. The ratio, the 0.05, like it really doesn't matter. Like I don't know how to do that because my distillation tower is not really simulating temperature and stuff like that yet. I really didn't want to get into the nitty gritty of it because it was just too icky. But what I could do is just be like 10 liters in of cider portion, right? These are all 0.5s except for the last one, which I don't know why there's cider portion mead. So I guess apple, spelt, rice, rye, amaranth, cassava. So the only one that's not in this list is apple, which is what this one is. But there's none of the other ones. It's weird that you would have skip variants, but you're actually setting the states of the variant, right? Fruit, like you're setting the variants. The skip variants doesn't do a damn thing. None of these variants are in this list. So I think this was a carryover maybe from a version that had a load from properties on here. Load from properties. There it is. I don't know why I missed that when I looked at it. Load from properties. So it's loading all the fruit. And it's skipping all of these. Kumquat. Oh, they added kumquats. Why not? So Apple, they just merged everything into Apple. And then this is the smelter ratio of all the other fruits. So you get more cider from Apple than you do anything else. You get twice as much. Or spirits, I should say. So if we did like a recipe, I'm sure cider itself has where would the recipes be? Would be raw juice. Where do you get cider? Juice? Where does cider come from? It's usually Oz that does all these things when we play.
Cider?
Yeah, where does cider come from?
I'll look that one up because I don't remember offhand.
It's not raw juice. Oh, let's look at a recipe for a barrel. I bet you it's raw juice in a barrel.
Yeah, it's probably juice in a barrel.
So yeah, cider. Juice portion. Yep.
Yeah, fruit ciders. So non-berries, like apple, cherry, stuff like that produces ciders.
There's more than that now. There's spelt and rice and rye and amaranth and cassava cider. So
Yep, but the spelt, rice, etc., those are ales rather than ciders.
while they're
Probably
in
all
the game
considered.
files, they're all ciders. It's literally they're
Okay.
all one. They're all one. There's just they might the localization might be different, but I'm actually looking at the JSON definitions of all these, and all those are
Gotcha.
ciders. Okay, so that's an aging process. I don't know, like the distillation tower is not going to be meant for aging. But yeah, I could basically say a liter of cider portion, mead or star. Nah. Yeah. Cider portion dash whatever allowed variance. So a liter of that equals like 0.05 liters for the ratio. Which is that's a reduction. Holy crap. Like a 95% reduction of volume for the distillation. That's crazy. So spirit portion, I'm guessing then you can. Let's look at fluids again. Look at spirit. Okay, spirit portion is not in here. Spirit. Okay. This does not have distillation. Oh, no, there it is. Distillation props. Again, alcohol portion. So all of the different ciders convert into a spirit portion. And then all of the different spirit portions all go into one thing, alcohol. We had a 0.5 ratio. So you put in 10 liters of juice in a barrel. Okay. The ratio of juice, if we go cider, this is 1-to-1, 1-to-1, not 1-to-1. So spelt, rice, rye, and amaranth is a huge reduction from 1 liters to 0.2 liters. So that is a fifth. So that is 80% reduction, which gets you the cider, which then you distill at another 0.05 reduction. So that's 20%. So the 10 liters would be the first step. 10 liters would be 2 liters. This is a fifth divided by 5. Yeah, 2 liters. So 10 liters becomes 2 liters. Then distilling 2 liters would become 0.1 liters. Which then you would take and to get alcohol is another 0.5. So you would get out of 10 liters of like cassava juice, you would get like 0.1 liters of alcohol. That's crazy. Like, holy cow, that's a lot of reduction. That's a huge amount of reduction.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty crazy. But for the most part, a lot of that, at least whenever we play, most of it goes to waste anyway. So
yeah. But like alcohol portion, like I don't even know what these are like what this is used for. I don't think you can make like bandages or anything with it. Like I don't know if there's actually a use for alcohol.
The top tier one, yes. Aquavitae, I think it is.
Well, let's look. Liquid. Oh, that's wrong. Let's go liquid.
If I remember correctly, you have to apply it shortly after creating it, otherwise it'll dry up. Or, you could just let it dry up and then make a new one, whatever.
Okay, alcohol portion doesn't have. So what do you is that another barrel recipe?
No, I think it's a handcraft. You have the aquavitae in
No, the
a
alcohol.
container.
What do you do with the alcohol to turn it into aquavitae?
That might be the background name for it. It's the max distilled item.
Okay. Yeah, that would be alcohol because it doesn't have.
Okay.
There's no distillation props for the alcohol. So, there's actually nutrition props. Don't drink it.
Yeah, I think it gives you like 10 regular nutrition per.
Satiety is 40. Intoxication is 3. But no nutrition in food category, so it doesn't give you any.
Right, yeah, it gives you satiety but no nutrients.
Yep. And a whole lot of intoxication. So,
yeah,
the craft for that, if it's like a grid recipe, oh, wrong directory again.
Should be.
God, I don't even know. What would it be under? Bandage? Yeah, alcohol portion. Yep. Bandaged alcohol.
I know it's the top tier vanilla bandage. At least it used to be.
Item. Bandage. Yeah, 7 health. 3 seconds to apply. Or 3 to 10 seconds, I should say. Yep. Dried. Transitionable props by type. Alcohol, dry, fresh hours, transition hours, 1. So you have an hour. Jesus, you have an hour to use it. An in-game hour to use it, which is like, I don't know, what would that be? Like 1.25 minutes of real time to use an alcohol bandage. Alcohol does not evaporate that fast. That's really fast. Now, this game is it's just so
container.
It's so punishing. So that was quite the rabbit hole, but in the end, it comes down to like aging the stuff in barrels is fine. You could connect a whole bunch of barrels up to pipes and have those go into the distillation, and then you could even filter. You could filter the extraction node coming out of the barrels to be exactly what you wanted, what portion, what fluid you wanted. And then, once the barrel is done and finished, it will just automatically extract all the fluid out, put it in the distillation tower, which would then distill it down to whatever you wanted. Doing multiple steps of that, you'd have to have more than one distillation tower to do it efficiently, which would be kind of crazy. But it would be a cheap thing because you wouldn't need you wouldn't need any extensions. Distillation tower, you just have a base. You wouldn't need extensions. But I would have to add a bunch of code. Either there's two ways to solve the issue. You either add code into the distillation base, and it would be a lot of code because right now it's all predicated based on recipes, so it wants a recipe. I have a couple machines that try to integrate all the base game stuff. And there's it's a massive amount of logic to try to differentiate. Like, are we doing a recipe, or are we doing with props? What is the time scales? Like, there's a lot of stuff that has to go into it. Or I just add a recipe and just be like, this is the recipe. You need 10 liters of cider or whatever it is, and then that makes, it would be 2 liters of whatever it is that you want. But you have to put in 10 liters. Or you can do 1 liter. You can base the scale off of anything. And then the time, like the power per craft, you could reduce that by a lot to make it fast. People keep asking me to do that. So let's go to the recipe for the distillation. We're going to copy and paste this, and we are going to do cider portion. Let's remove all of these. Cider, no extension. Reduce the soot. Make it 1 second. Should we do 1 liter a second, or 10, or 2? Well, like what? Oh my god, I forgot.
I think you'd be safe with either, really. That's so much faster than vanilla.
And of course, I closed all my windows because I'm an idiot. I keep doing that. I get done with a thread and I close all the windows and then I start a project and it's like I needed most of those open. Liquid cider portion. Fruit cider. Cider portion dash star. Allowed variance. We're going to do We're going to do apple. Liters 1. This is a good question. Can this recipe system handle not having an item output? That is an unknown. Code fruit. Spirit portion. Liters 0.2. 0.1. Slot ID 2. And I'll have to verify in the code here in a second. Liters 1, the ratio on this is even less. It's half of that, so 0.05. Right, so this one here, apple, is a special one, cider portion dash apple. That's a 0.1 liter or a 0.1 ratio. Cider portion dash any of these is a 0.05 ratio. Hey, Robert. Okay, and then the spirit portion is also distillable, I would think. Spirit. Yes. So let's close that. Go to here. Spirit portion. Spirit portion of any. Makes alcohol portion. At a ratio of half. So spirit portion of any of the valid portion names. Now, there is a problem. there's much more of these than this. Because we have this load from properties. And I don't know if my recipes actually support that. Believe it or not, I don't actually remember if I support load from properties. Load recipes. Load generic recipe. Where would that load from, see that specific tag load from properties is a very deeply embedded thing. Um, Load from properties. Oh man. And then we have skip variants. I don't really have a lot of logic in here. I haven't needed it up till now. So what we could do, the load from properties here, block fruit. Coming from world properties, block fruit. Oh Lord. Look at all of them. There's a lot. Wow. Okay. I guess I missed the boat on that. So we're gonna open cider portion. So fruit. These specifically are the 0.05. Everything else is this. So this apple needs to be expanded by a lot. Because we're loading from properties, we're skipping these for whatever reason. Cactus fruit, gooseberry, kumquats, plum natal. I don't know. I've never heard of plums being plum natal. Olive, yellow apple, red apple, pink apple are all apple. So these are the ones that are skipped on the cider side. So fruits, if we take all of these, copy those, we're going to take this and move to new window. Move this over to here. Go to spirit, cider. Okay. And we're going to say we want to remove. Oh Lord, there's just so much stuff to do. They don't make it easy. Okay, and then we need pink apple. Pink apple, red apple. That's pineapple. Red apple, pink apple, yellow apple. Pink apple, red apple, yellow apple. Done. Peach, pear, orange, mango. Olive. Berry, cranberry, red currant. Olive. Why is... Okay. Olive's not even in here. Why are you... Why are you excluding... Skip variants, olive. Olive's not even in the list. Okay. That's very confusing. Plum natal. This one. Guava. Gooseberry. Feel like I'm in a kumquat. Feel like I'm in a Willy Wonka movie. Cactus fruit. Okay. Olive is not, doesn't exist. We got rid of plum, guava, gooseberry, kumquat, cactus. Code. Are you not? No results. What? How are you not finding code colon? Is it a tab? Okay. I really hope that didn't screw anything else up. Now, blueberry, comma, 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 chameleon. We are going to cut. Comma, paste. There. All of them. So fruit, right? Then does spirit portion. Which is again load from properties doing the thing. But this is doesn't matter what it is. It's going to go to one thing. Right? So spirit portion doesn't really matter what the variants are. Yeah. So this, we can just exclude all of those. It doesn't matter what the variants are. Spirit portion is irrelevant. The variant is irrelevant. Because like wine, I'm sure is like You take the spirit portion of like cherry or whatever the fruit is, and you put it in a barrel. That makes the wine. But you can distill it again into alcohol. So you can, it branches to 2 different ways of dealing with it. Now, if a mod adds a bunch of freaking types of fruit, like, you're just going to do a patch. You can literally JSON patch this just like you can any base game stuff. So you can easily add this. And then these are the exceptions to the fruit rule, is just these. Mead, all these, which technically are ales. But they're treated the same with this recipe. Okay, that is a crazy amount. Saguaro is a giant cactus. Okay, this then yeah, this should work. I hope. Let's boot the game up. Watching to see if there's any errors in here. 35 now, distillation recipes loaded. That tells you something about the system actually found them. So now if we look at like spirit, or would it be cider? Yeah, distills into orange juice. Nice. You can do orange juice now? That's awesome. Distills into orange brandy. Mixing in barrels. Spirit portion. Created by distilling apple cider. Yeah, there's this distilling. Distills apple cider in machine. Makes apple brandy. Okay. Squeezes. Interesting. Squeezes into aquavite or distills into aquavite. That's weird. Squeezes. I don't have a squeezer, so this is coming from the base game? Aquavite distills any of the things. So it's not, they're labeled as whiskey now. Maybe they were always, vodka. Cassava vodka. Nice. Blueberry brandy. Um, uh, berry juice. It says industrial mixes into blueberry wine. I don't remember doing that recipe. I wonder if somebody snuck that in somehow. Blueberry wine. Distills into blueberry. Okay. So blueberry wine you have to make first. Ah, that's the cider portion. Okay. The wine is the cider portion. So blueberry juice portion. Ingredient for wine, which is created by squeezes into. That's weird. Like, why would you squeeze? I don't know. This is why I think we need to stream the game again just to get up to speed on all the things. Yeah, distilling blueberry wine, cider portion. Somehow I have a mixing recipe in there for that. I don't. Goat. Oh, they changed the look of woad. It used to be a much wider plant. I think this is my test world. I think I made the mobs passive, so not too worried about it. But it loaded the recipes. Everything is fine. No errors. Let's do a once over on the logs. Warning. Oh, somehow the rock sniffer is not. How did I miss that? I went through all of my. I went through all the mods. Okay. There was like 9 of them on here. weather sim. Okay. And then server debug. So error. These are irrelevant. It's just it's missing JSON or mod info, so it's just because I'm debugging. So those are fine. And we hit them again. Yeah, look at that. No errors. All the patching, good to go. And we get hit them again. And again. Okay, and then oh, yep. There's the visible meteorite particles. I'm really hoping that mod updates if it hasn't already. Needs it. Okay, and then this one. Nothing. Look at that. No errors. No catastrophic problems. I think we're good. The system is ready. And what version am I targeting? Package 5.5. I think that's right. I usually make sure to bump those versions like right after a release when I put out a new release. I'm not always perfect about it though. Yeah, 5.4. So 5.5. So yeah, new weekly build for members and Patreons here. Excellent. Good times. Distillation is ready. So the next thing we need to do, obviously, is get the generator side where we're actually able to burn the fuel to get the glorious amounts of power so we can make more. It's just like the next step. So the question marks is after the generator is done and we're able to actually process some of this stuff. What I'm thinking is like what are people wanting? Because that's going to give us, you're going to get a ton of power, right? It's going to cost like the top tier, right? I think we did the math on the formula, basically the return. So when you have a distillation tower that is fully maxed, that's 5,000 power per second. A regular fuel generator, liquid generator with diesel is going to be 1,000 power per second. The burn time, all of that is already built in to the fluids, so that can be balanced as well. But I based all the balance around how much energy you can extract from the process, right? And so a maxed out distillation tower, you put 10 liters of crude in, that's going to cost, 1.5 million power to process that. But the fuel that you get out of that, all of the different tiers of burnables, is going to be millions of power, right? Massive amount of excess power that you're going to be able to extract from that. So it's the incentive is like, hey, you're not going to need a lot unless you have a huge industrial center or a massive amount of machines. But after that generator is done, we're going to have now ample amounts of power. So the question then is, what's the next thing after the generator? It could be a lot of different things. So I don't know what to tackle first. but I'm leaning more towards the temporal crafting, where you have the multi-block is a temporal crafter that only is active during storms, and that's where the temporal steel comes from. So you're going to need steel. You're going to need to have it all supplied, and the moment a temporal storm triggers, the thing will start crafting. And like just baseline, it'll just start crafting, and it'll craft while the temporal storm is going, and however much temporal steel you get, that's how much you get. And then with the temporal steel, then you can craft the temporal tanks, which are essentially like the ender storage mod. You have the temporal tank and the temporal chests, which will be essentially the ender storage mod for Minecraft. That's what I'm going for right now. So, because the tanks will allow you to build your pump jacks somewhere else and allow you to, bind your tanks together. As far as power, I'm a little less inclined to do like temporal power, like displaced power. I don't know. Like I would be open to feedback on what to do. I don't want to turn my power system into the Flux Network mod. Like that's all that would do. Is make it the Flux Networks, and that's easy mode, and maybe people want that. I don't know, but anyway. Well, that's going to do it for today's stream, everybody. I thank you all for coming by. I thank everybody for chatting and following along with me here. I do appreciate it, and I do like being able to talk to the community, talk to the people who are actually enjoying the mod, and get feedback on what people might like. I may not do everything, but it is kind of the process. I think balance is hard. Balance is difficult because everybody has their own wants on something. So I balance a certain way. If y'all want a different balance, you can just make patches. You can just do a rebalance mod and just patch the machines and the recipe. You can patch everything. And you just patch everything just like normal, and you can create your own rebalance mod. That just rebalances all the recipes and stuff. So you can already do that stuff. But anyway, yeah, come back, and next time we'll be probably modeling the generator. So fun times. Anyway, have a good one, everybody. Stay warm, and hope to see everybody back here on Saturday.